Okay, well, first of all, let's get that microphone working here, guys. Thank you. First of all, let's start off with some Dread Out. Now, we played the original Dread Out, and then we also played Dread Out Keepers of the Dark, guys. So one thing I want to point out is, first thing we're going to do here, for some reason, seems like we got to use the arrow keys. That's kind of weird. All right, first we're going to head into the game settings. One of the main things I like to do for the most part is always mess around. How do I change anyway, video settings here. We're gonna go ahead and try to change this a little bit. We're gonna keep it at 100. We're gonna go ahead and do windowed, why not? We'll keep it like that. I'm actually gonna bump this up to like 3840 by 2160. We'll keep everything on ultra. We don't want VSync. Everything looks good. We want to wait. Shoot, did I save it? I don't know if we did. No, we didn't. Of course we didn't. All right, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna apply. Okay, so how do I go about with the how do I change? Okay, it's the bumpers on the controller, but what is it on the shoot. All right, you know what, we'll just do the controller here. All right, so it looks like, you know what, I'm just gonna use the controller in general. Why not? I'm surprised the game even supports keypad or a gamepad. All right, so we're gonna fix a couple things here really quick, guys, before we get started here. Bear with me. This is literally first time launch, so we're doing some preparations and everything just to see what the game has to offer in terms of like oh, actually I can't. Oh, I'm not even connected. Bear with me, hold up. I gotta connect it really quick, guys. Bear with me on that one. All right, I think we're getting connected, which is good. It's strange because I had it connected on the cord. When I took the cord off, we have to connect it to the wireless receiver, which it doesn't seem to want to be doing that. All right, come on, let's connect. I'm gonna take the battery out. We're gonna try this again, guys. I don't know why it does that. It's so strange. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and try to close this off again. We're gonna go ahead and try to pair it. And I believe it's not connecting. Alright, that's so strange. Anyway, what the heck was the key button settings? Like, how do I move the screen over? Wow, it's the numpad. I'm done. This game lacks the instructions of how to navigate through this. It's the 1 and 2 key. Durr. Wow, such a noob, right, dude? Okay, we got everything set up, which is great. We're gonna head on down to the sound effects. We'll keep that up. For music, where is music? Sound effects, ambience, voiceover, BGM. I think we're gonna bump down to like 80, right? Just so we can kind of get that that immersion and stuff. So for keys, all right, so we're gonna have the E, forward, down, blah 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 blah. I think everything seems pretty sophisticated there for the most part. It doesn't really seem how much. Ghostpedia journal will be Q. Or wait, none of this is binded for the controller. That's interesting. Okay, so for the gamepad, oh, it's got its own thing, up, down. You know, when I played this game, I don't remember what I did. I think I played it with the controller. Let me see what we're gonna go about with that. I guess we'll just kind of figure out and see which one we want to do here for the most part. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. I think we're good on that part, guys. Let's backspace it up. Let's go ahead and hit story before, get a little feedback of what happened. Let's enjoy and let's watch.
There were 5 adorable little mice who decided to go on an adventure together. But they became lost in the forest. And encountered terrifying monsters, the likes of which they had never seen before. She's mine. One by one, the little pests were either eaten, lost, or they simply ceased to be. But there was one mouse who managed to survive and mustered the strength to fell the creatures that stood in her path. However, unbeknownst to the mouse, the monsters she destroyed were not demons, but guardians, protecting the forest from an even more frightening animal, a venomous snake. Now, thanks to that foolish little mouse, the snake is finally free to slither about the forest and spread her poison once again.
Okay, so that's a nice little thing that they got us going here, guys. So we don't have a load game because we never played the game, so let's back it up. How do I go back? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and hit new game, guys. I think we are ready to go. We're gonna go ahead and choose the first save slots and play some Dread Out. All right, here we go. Live gameplay footage here, guys. First time playing. Showtime. It didn't look like mice, right? Well, at least they gave us a recap, though. I think I kind of liked it. I think it was a nice little, some of the old culture for the photographs can steal a person's soul and disrespect the spiritual world. Oh gosh, not good, guys. Not good. Linda. Oh gosh. Oh, she's hiding in a locker. What's going on here? Oh, wow. We got an actual cutscene. Look at this. Oh. Pete. Well, you know. No, not Linda. What did Linda do? Oh, what the heck? What am I doing here? What the heck? Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. The prologue of guilt. I don't know, mouse or keyboard or mouse or controller. Controller is probably easier on the stream because it's like the camera turn wise. The mouse is more. I'm gonna do mouse and keyboard. If I change my mind, I'll see. Alright, so Q was something, that was something, but it's not gonna tell me now. Okay, we can't go through that door. What do we have here? Guys, I hope you all rest in peace. Oh yeah, those are the students from the other one. I know I gotta find the answers for all this, but uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do I stop? Linda? Linda must die? What the heck is going on? What is going on here? Oh, I like how the light changes as soon as I like turn things. Okay. Oh my gosh, we don't even have to open the door. We just walk right into it. Do I have a flashlight? Such a weird button. All right, I'm gonna disconnect the headphones here, guys. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, so far so good. We're looking good here, guys. All right, let's go ahead and see what else do we have here. For the most part, we're gonna go ahead and keep on moving forward. So we're waking up inside of a classroom. It looks like we're being haunted by something. I don't really have much controls to do quite yet. So close. Oh, the sound just changed. What the heck? That was weird. All right, there's no way. I can't see. No way. It's too dark in here, guys. Where's a flashlight? I think we need a flashlight or something. Where is it? I think I have to grab something somewhere. Where the heck? Yeah, I can't grab anything on the ground. So maybe we gotta find something. I have no idea. Okay, so maybe we're not supposed to be in the dark area. So let's just follow the lighted path that we have here, guys. The path that's given for us. As it's so dark in this game. Yo, it is really dark in this game. I can't see anything. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, we're in trouble. Nope. Go back upstairs. Can't see. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god, what the hell do I do? Do I run in the dark and figure out where we're going here? No, it's a dead end. This door doesn't want to open. Alright, we're not allowed in this classroom, so we're not supposed to go this way anyway. Okay, so the ghost is just trying to scare us right now. What is here? Why is my bracelet lighting up like that? My bag? How could they? I don't like that audio change so much. Is that my phone? Alright. An ordinary budget and yet very durable phone with a long-lasting battery. With her supernatural abilities, Linda can make her phone become a medium to channel her powers to finding secrets and banishing ghosts as well. Okay. Fair enough. Hello, how are you? All right, so we're hearing a cat. Meow, meow, meow. Where is that cat? This lady is in the Shabu Hawana. Where the hell is that cat coming from? Oh yeah, we got the flashlight. Oh, what the? Okay. Wow. Wait, what the heck? Is a cat Wait. I think the cat's trying to guide us into the right way here, guys. Okay, looks like we got, I have no idea. I don't think we got anything else going on here, guys. Is there, like, secrets in this game? I don't even know if there's gonna be, like, secrets in it. What the deuce? Definitely not the right way. Let's follow the cat for now. Let's get some, you know, I'm gonna move this a little closer. Let's get some cat progression here, guys. Okay, the cat's stopped right there in that corner. I see it. Okay, where are we? Why are we outside? What's going on here? And I can't see nothing. First of all, you guys can see, right? It's like really dark. Okay, we'll check around the game in a little bit, but first, what does the cat try to show here to me? This is bad news.
Linda?
Jay's trying to scare me.
Sorry.
We try to give you a lesson for what happened to Ira.
Kita cuma mau ngasih
So something bad happened.
tapi
Oh no, they really changed. So I gotta lock her up? Okay, booty. First of all, hold on. If you want to get out, Andre had the key? Okay. So we gotta find Andre, guys. Andre's who we're gonna find. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a ghost. I thought it was gonna like jump and turn around, like just scream at me. Mommy, help! Okay, so this guy's freaking out, and the subtitles are kind of slow. I want to go home. Linda to-do list and checks out this app for task and story progression. Oh my god, we have apps on our game now? What the hell? We have contacts? Ooh, oh wait. Cannot launch application, okay. Gallery. We took in a couple pictures. The app temporarily stores taken pictures from your camera. Any unarchived pictures will be lost. Alright, Booty told me that Andre has the key to the lobby. Apparently that he is hiding somewhere inside of a classroom. Probably upstairs. Alright, so while this wicked cat's just sitting there. Okay, first of all, this audio, it's got to go down just a notch. 70. Because that audio is very loud, guys. All right. So what is the cat doing now? That's it? Nothing? You're not going to take me nowhere else? No, of course not. All right. So want to be careful around here. Oh, yeah, we have a lock on here, but I don't think we're going to be able to open that right now anyway. Okay, so we can kind of see inside some of the classrooms, sort of. That's my footsteps. Oh my gosh, my own feet just scared the freaking jibbities out of me. Do we have something down there? I think we have something down there. Oh gosh, door's open. I don't like this one bit, guys. We got to be very careful. My own footsteps is actually freaking me out. Yo, okay, so this game has a pretty weird... ooh, pizza. Look at that. I love food. For those of you that are here all the time on the daily, you already know. Food is our best friend. Alright, I don't see nobody in the classroom, guys. I think these classrooms are clear. Okay, so this is back to the cat. Alright, so it looks like we're going backwards. I believe we're going to want to go the other way. But we're going to want to watch out for that ghost spirit thingy to try to come get us, guys. We don't want that. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but you know what sounds really good right now? These bad boys. They're so delicious. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, so we need to figure out, let's check in here. Can we go in here? No, we have a lot of locked doors around us, guys. Holy bad, so bad for you. Yes, they are. Yeah, you really want to know how bad they are? Let's start from the beginning. Let's look at that right there. Look how bad those bad boys are. Bad stuff. We're looking at saturated fat. Oh my gosh, 3 grams. 6 grams of total fat. Ouch. Sodium's a little up there, but it is a cake. And that carbohydrates, we're at 30 grams, which is 11%. Total sugars, 22 grams. But they also added 22 grams. Holy mackerel, which gives it 44%. Yeah, very bad for you. Let's not talk about the colorings and all that stuff. But it does taste good. All right, let's move on. We got some flashing lights over here, guys. We're going to be careful. The store might actually open, but I think we're going to check around. See what else we can find. Maybe find some more students. I don't like how that light's flashing right there. That might be an evil spirit around here, guys. Oh, gosh. Mr. Wait, what's with all the 7s? Is that a combination? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 sevens? 7 sevens. Okay. 7 sevens. All right, we're going to check out this green door. Let's move in. Scare the crap out of me. As soon as I opened that door, you played that song too. That was perfect timing. Holy shit, what's going on? What's that noise? We're in a classroom, but why? There's nobody inside. Can we hide in closets? That's a negative. Oh, we found Andre. Who are you? Please go away. Yo, I gotta put this in English, man. I hope it's not like this the whole game. Linda. Thank God. You okay? Perfect timing, yes. You need the key? Yeah, I need the key. Can I have it? No, I'm not crazy. Give me the key. We got this. We're gonna get through this. She's turning psycho. Let her be psycho. Okay. All right. Now we're talking. Listen, I want to give it to you. Okay, then give it to me. But a white shadow was chasing me. White shadow? Where? I'm too scared to open this closet. Be scared? I'm sorry, Linda. Wow. Then where is it? Oh no 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 no. I see it. I see it. Oh my gosh, guys. Do you guys see it? It's a ghost. It is definitely something, and I got goosebumps right now. The minute I turn my character anymore, that thing is going to do one of the following things. One, generally speaking, it looks like a flat 2D object. Now, that could be wrong. I think this is just supposed to be a pop scare, or that thing might actually chase us. It's perfectly still, and definitely that is an evil spirit. So we're going to have to really watch ourselves on this one. Oh, he's not even moving. How do I zoom in and out? Oh, hell no. You need to go. Why do I play scary games when I'm such a chicken wuss? Chicken wuss. I think it feels like I heard. Yeah, dude. No, I don't want to get out. The white shadow's chasing me. Too scared to open this closet. Yeah, okay. Well, I clearly see the white closet. Hold on. How do I need to change the video settings, key settings? Oh, there is no camera. Subtitle on. That's English. So we don't have a general setting. That sucks. Yeah. Dang it! Yeah, there's definitely a base in there. All right, hold on. Okay, so how the heck am I supposed to... Some kind of ritual book? A book splits the book to a page. Ritual of the Endless Misery. 1. Build a Jang Kong effigy and put the victim's photograph on its head. Make an empty grave and put the victim's photograph at the headstone. 3. Ring the bell 1,000 times at the grave while chanting the victim's name. Well, why am I still rocking no shoes though? Okay, you know, I'm gonna get close to it, guys. Screw this. God dang it, that Bart scared me. Oh, hell no. Oh, it just disappeared. I wanted to take a closer picture of it. That's out of the question. Okay. Oh, well. I'm scared. Oh my god, I just saw the doors move. And I'm gonna chase it like a dummy. Am I going upstairs? Or am I gonna go downstairs and follow it? I guess we could see it without the camera. I don't have to do the whole camera thing. What's with the cat? What's with the cat being on my side? Yep, the cat is angry. That is one big giant cat. Oh shoot, cat, you scared me. Where the hell are you going? It went somewhere. I think it's telling me where to go. I'm going back up. That's 2B. All right, so we don't need to be this way then. This is that the iPhone 11? I don't know. Look at it though. What do you guys think? What do you think it is? To be or not to be? Oh my god, Jim. I'm scared, guys. This is the prologue. So technically, we're a white shadow. We're not alone here, guys. Why is this guy still outside? Holy, what the? What the heck? Whee! What the hell was that? Oh, the cat's telling me where the ghost is. That wasn't even a... Wow, it's the ghost playing with me. Wow. We need to be careful. Yeah, I see you, bro. Yeah, no. Stop! Wait! Wait, what? I give up! Please stop it! The ghost is talking to me. Yeah, I don't give up. He's gonna try to sneak attack me. Please, have mercy on me. I didn't mean to chase that boy or cause any troubles. It's just some dark vibrations bother me. I'm sorry, human. I'll go away now. New Ghostpedia entry. So that was like a friendly ghost. Wow. So we look. Oh, the Jane Lang Kong. With my face. Why? Just why? How did they get my photos? Oh dear gosh, what the? Oh no, this is the whole ritual.
What?
What kind of sick joke is this? I really hope this grave is empty. Oh, don't tell me that's my body in there. So they were trying to perform a ritual on me inside here. This is bad. Yeah, this is very bad, guys. This game has a weird introduction to the game. Very weird. Where am I supposed to go now? Oh, that was the boy. Look. Wow, stalker, right? Poor kid. Poor teenager was taken out without really. You are a ghost. I don't want to be a ghost though. Okay, we're gonna be very careful. I'm gonna go this way, but now that the ghost is gone, I think this is where, technically speaking, I think I gotta go this way. No, it wasn't. What the deuce? I could have sworn it was. Oh no, it was the other way. Wow. We're not alone. Oh my god. I hear something. Nope, this door is locked. Okay. I don't think the little boy's in there anymore. Or the guy in the locker or whatever. But we're about to find out right now. Linda?
Udah pergi.
You think my body's there? I think the body's there too. How'd you do that? He's alive. Anyway.
Kasih, Lin.
Here's the key for the front lobby. Be careful here, Linda. I will. Just run for your life. Alright, so we got the school lobby key. A key in which is given by Andre to open the door where possessed Henny was locked. Okay, possessed Henny. Let's find out what is going on here.
Oh my god, 1,000 views already? Notification gang, holla! So, you guys have heard about this evil Linda, right? She's the one that caused all these accidents lately.
What the heck?
She's the absolute worst.
This is live.
Friends are dead! Ida, Selly, Yaya, and Donnie, Miss Siska, D-E-A-D, dead! What a psychotic murder!
1,000 views. Look at that. How do I hit the
Just for you, fam. I'm gonna make
how do I hit the hearts? How do I send a gift? Oh, okay. Yeah, that just completely happened. All right, taking pictures because that's just what we do. She probably wants to murder me. So we need to be careful. The door just made its own movement. I don't know if I can hear the game or not. No footsteps. Why do I hear my footsteps so weird? Huh. She does look like a ghost for sure. You would like the school lobby key? Back in the battle position. Oh gosh, what the hell? She was doing a ritual here, guys. We gotta be careful. Oh. This place looks crazy, yo. Oh no, the music's playing. It's all blocked off. Okay, well, let's be careful. Yeah. I think that's her with her flashlight. Yep. She looks psycho. Yep, that's her. Okay, so we don't want to get caught with that then. How do I turn my light on or off? YX flash blitz stun. Oh, we can do that? Hold on, guys. Boing, 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 boing. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Alright, let's... Where the heck? I can't find... what we were doing. Right? Right. Back to the action, exactly where we left off. Alright, so we... You know, I'm gonna sit a little closer because... I feel like I'm kind of sitting a little far away here. Alright. Okay, so... back to where we were. She's right there. Oh, no. She looks completely normal here, but here, she's a psycho. We can't go that way. It's a dead end. And we can't go this way because it's a dead end. So, oh. It looks like we're going to be triggering... We're going to be triggering her after all, guys. We don't have a choice.
Ah, she finally decided to show up. Let's get this vengeance party started!
Oh yeah, she went psycho on me. Ooh, she is on my hiney. I think I'm supposed to run back out. Oh no, we're not. We're stuck in this room. Got her. Oh, what the? Holy shoot, where'd he go? Yikes! Come on, really? I don't think so, lady. Come on, one more time. Oh, what the? I can't get him. Ah, she's going back into this again. Holy shit, what the hell? I can't tell which way he's at. Oh God. How do I... Oh. You go through walls and everything. Okay, okay, the camera turns on him. Wow. I can't get him. I'm gonna die. Oh, I don't have to hold it. Take it, take it. Shoot. Wow. I can't see. Got him. Holy mackerel. Oh, she just fell to the ground. Did she die? That was pretty hard. I'm almost dead. That's a pretty big phone she's holding there. Look at her holding the axe. And there's her cell phone. That's it, she's done for? So this place is like perfectly normal out here? What the heck? This is weird, man. Isn't it? It looks normal out here. I hear traffic. I hear civilization. Let's check this person out with the broom. Oh, don't tell me this is the same thing like I think like the last one. What the heck? What are you doing here? No student is supposed to be here at this hour. Go home already. Wow, look, he's about to poke me with a stick. Those kids did something, didn't they? Should have torn that curse shack earlier. Right. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Too many nasty things. You should go back home. Okay, well, I'm gonna go home right now because I don't want to be around here anymore. He's like, Oh, he's throwing signs at me now. I'll deal with the mess. Good. Go clean up. Let me open the gate for you. Thank you. You're so nice. Such a gentleman. Okay. That's it. We're done. We get to go home. Yay. We're going home. Home it is. Uh-oh. Movie mode. Movie mode. Oh, seems like we're about to get back into regular mode here. So actually, it's surprising to see that, yeah, that's just a normal picture. Oh my god, Jay, right? It surely sounded like it. All right, so we got a laptop at the desk. Looks like we got a few items that we can obtain here. Those guys at the orphanage. I wonder where they are now. Okay. What the heck? I feel very, very rusty. Maybe I should flex my muscles and start training again. Sounds like something I say in GTA 5. Oh, there's a goat outside because that's just normal. Okay, let's check our laptop here, guys. Check. I'm glad it's over. It's been a traumatizing experience. Oh, what do I do? That's the door? What's this, the bathroom? Oh. That was quick. Oh, I got shoes. Oh yeah, I think now we're ready. We got shoes, everything, guys. We're ready to go. Okay, let's head outside. Oh, I forgot we don't have to open it. Oh, wow. There's actually a lot of like free roaming in this. What the heck? Let's go, eh? Don't forget to pay your rent this month. She does look like a landlord. I'm almost due. Okay. Oh, why you look so angry? Oh, that's my way out of here. Yeah, that's the way out. We don't want to head out there yet. I'm so hungry, but I can only afford this instant noodle. Where did all of my money go? That would be a weird experience, Jay. Okay, doesn't look like we can go to anybody else's apartment. Here's the laundromat. Wow, look at these TVs.
Dalam 4 bulan terakhir, jumlah orang gila dan stres yang dijaring petugas dinas terus meningkat. Kepala Seksi Pelayanan Rehabilitasi Sosial mengakui telah melakukan langkah preventif untuk mengatasi masalah tersebut. Dikukuhkan sebagai guru besar dan profesor termuda di dunia di usianya yang baru 12 tahun, Profesor Ramona Basuki Nasution.
What? That's the news. What's going on?
Kontroversi di kalangan elit pendidikan.
Wow, crazy. Got the news on there. Yeah, we can't go into other people's apartments, and it's not. Well, we could go upstairs. Why do we have random sinks? This place is crap. Each room is small with below standards facilities. And the rent is so expensive. Should I start to look for another place? What do you think? Oh. Oh, we can take a picture of our feet. Look at that. There's a lot of cats in this game. What the hell is that cat doing with his butt? To randomly wash your hands. That's the way to do it. Oh, there's nothing in the apartments. Look, or is that a mirror? Oh, we can sprint.
Ingatlah, Po.
Well, tomorrow's the day. All right, so we're outside. This random goat. Grr! That naughty cat. She stole one of my shoes. Where the hell is she? I swear I'll give her a nasty... Oh, good morning, Linda. Sorry, I didn't notice you standing there. What? You want to borrow my backpack? Sure, I can do that. I'll even let you have it if you can help me find my shoe. Please, my boyfriend bought that for me. Uh-oh. We gotta find her shoe. Okay, let's find her shoe. Nothing here? Oh, he does have eyes, but it's like Barry. How does he see anything? Okay. That was a ghost upstairs. There was a ghost upstairs? Don't say that. Was there? He squints really hard, right? Jim, how did you see that, bro? How did I miss that? Wow. That's why I can't walk right here. Whoa, what a surprise. You can see me. Me? I just love staying here. That's weird. This place is so cozy for someone like you. Oh, okay, we can't capture her or anything. Gotcha. That's weird. It's a good ghost, so we got nothing to worry about there. That is so weird, Jim. How did I miss that? Holy moly. Yo, I gotta start paying attention more in this game. There's a lot that can go on. So we have to look for a cat, guys. Ooh, reflection. Okay. These are probably like real ads that they have like in real life, but what the is that? Come and see the gentle giant. Okay. Backyard Customs. We gotta find it. This is a big place. Oh, can I die? Oh, shoot. Yep. We could die. I'm wounded. No. I got hit on a bike. It's the Kraken! When I look through the phone, like the frame rate changes. Why does it look like I'm walking backwards? Oh, there are boundaries. This, wait, what? Do I want to go this way? Okay, so I can't go there yet, guys. I guess we gotta wait. It is an iPhone after all! Right. Oh, you could tell. Yeah, because, yeah. The Ghostopedia. Known information about ghosts and apparitions according to the what? Lullabus.com? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Wow, all three of you guys at once. Ooh, hot dogs. Oh, no hot dog. Pfft. All right, so we can't go that way, guys. That's going to be out of the question for the most part. Let's continue on this way. Just an empty room. Okay. Alrighty then. We have House of Sweet. I give the game credit, though. This is good artwork. No license plate? All right, let's check inside the car here. Wow, look at that interior. Whoa, whoa, look at that. Whoa. That's amazing. Thank you, guys. Oh, dear jeez. Some really nice artwork here. Like, can I get these arts? How much you want to bet some of these are probably demonic? Can I jump in this game? Oh, X's flashlight. I did not even know that. Oh, wait, what's this? Girl, please remember to replace your watch batteries later. There's nobody working here? They just leave the watch batteries here? Look. We're probably going to get out of the map once we get over here. Watch. No, it just keeps going. Alright, you know what? Before I go that far out, I definitely want to check and see what was right here. We have Dudar. Avocado from here? From avocado from Mars. Wow. Okay. I like things like this, guys. You already know. I pay very close attention to these things. What the hell is this? So these are discs? There's the kitty cat. Watch me burn the world. Okay. What's with the question mark still in the back? Okay, a lot of these are just kind of reuse. Just studying the Smile 915 Miss. That place is so haunted. Yes, it is. According to the elders, the school was built above an ancient burial ground filled with the restless spirits. Good. Until now, the elders are still offering sacrifices to ease them. I used to work there as a night watch. Those were nights full of horrors. I didn't stay long. I quit it after 3 nights. Working there was bad for my sanity. Wow, okay. More hot dogs! Yo, all these hot dogs are making me hungry. Uno mas! Ooh, what's here? Nothing? Dumpsters with no garbage? I don't know what none of this is. Jim, what did you do to my emote? Oh my god! You squished it! Wow, I'm so tired. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm gonna stay as energetic as much as I can, guys. Alright, let's see what else we have. Ooh, wait, nope. Yep, somebody's back here. Sorry, miss. We're not ready yet. Please come back later. Okay, well, then I'll come back later. Oh yeah, look at all we got ketchup, mustard, fish, chicken. All types of shenanigans here. Yo, where we gonna find that shoe?
What?
They're out already? Oh my. This is tempting. Nah, I think I'll skip them.
What?
Oh. Never mind. Oh, I was wondering. I was like, wait, what the heck? Oh, I didn't see these people earlier. They're trying to solve a clue?
You're scared the bejesus out of me.
She speaks English.
Don't sneak up on people like that. Well,
Aren't you gonna say anything?
something?
Should I say something? Who are you? What a strange kid.
Ahem. You're standing in front of the illustrious, the fabulous, the famous, the conspicuous, the stupendous, the fabulous, the wondrous, the marvelous urban legends historian, Professor Mona,
Wow.
right?
It's Nancy Drew, right? I'm trying to prove those supernatural phenomenon are just rumors but code facts, but my colleagues at the university don't agree. They said they're supernatural phenomena are nothing new, blah, 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 so I never prove them wrong because the truth of the dusty books, like the spot for instance, many eyes claim to see a sighting of a ghost at this very spot. Fortunately, each of them is considered delusional. I stand with them because I believe those kind of things are real. All I need is a piece of hard code evidence to support my beliefs. You said there's a ghost here? Where the heck? Where? Oh, he's playing a video game on his phone. Can we see it? Yeah, his video game consists of black and white. Look at that video game. He's playing checkers? Maybe chess? What do you guys think? A cat? What? What about a cat? Near the crappy statue? Alright guys, give me 1 second. Hold. Okay, let's continue on with our mission here. So we have a creepy little, dark little alleyway back here, guys. Yeah, there's some weird stuff. Oh, my game just loaded something, I think. Wow, we made it back home. Okay, this lady is still missing her shoe. Alright, so it's probably not going to be that easy to find, guys. So we're probably going to have to look a little bit more than that. Alright, so let's continue on. Can't wait to get this new chair, man. This chair is just not doing it for me. Hopefully, we'll see. Well, we can't really sprint too long, I see. You look so pale. Are you having trouble sleep recently? Maybe you should have your fortune read. I think bad karma might be giving you bad vibes. Personally, I don't believe in those craps. because people always have negatives, no matter who they are. Okay, well, thank you. Wow, look at those guys. They look pretty serious. What do you guys think? They look pretty serious about what they're talking about here. What's going on here? I guess they're fighting about parking or something. I don't really get to sprint very long. So all this for a dead end though. I think those guys you lost when they were heading back to the hood. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, what do we have here? We have the... Oh, this is the place for the... Oh gosh, cell phone. Hey, this is almost like that game I played, Convenience Store.
Semangat pagi. Selamat berbelanja.
Good morning, miss. Welcome to the Irish Mart. Our products are 100% made by locals. Supporting our local industries is our motto. Oh, he studied that verse, huh? He is ready for that. You know what this looks like? A Toyota. Man, that's got some serious metallic paint on it. Hey, what the heck? Is this a Scooby-Doo mobile? Scooby-Doo, where are you? Oh, there's plants inside. Oh, no, never mind. That's just, the door's just open. Alright, here we got some espresso, some long black latte, flat white cappuccino. Frappuccino cold brew. They kind of look out of place, right? Oh, here's that statue. And then there's... I think we found the shoe. Not today. Soon. Oh, she's gonna tell me my fortune. But not today. No, I'm not touching this cat, so what am I supposed to do? Oh, she's hungry. Yeah, this is definitely a different version of like this type of game. I've never had it like this before. Random guy who talks random things about reading. You. Be sure to read often. Who knows? It might save your life. You. Oh, okay. Cool. And his name is Random Guy Who Talks About Random Things. Gotcha. This guy's hungry, so I think we gotta go in here. No, all these places we can't get ourselves into. Chop shop. Chop chop. That's a movie theater, I believe. Whoa! Yeah, we're not going in there. What kind of movies we got here? We have Do It Malt. Coming soon, Blood Will Shed. Dogs in the Shell. Okay. Munian. Don't know what that is. New horror movies again? Should I watch them? A movie day with someone would be nice. Aw. Minako. That movie don't look PG, right? No, it doesn't. Not at all. Yo, you know, this is a really big place, but a lot of these places we can't go into, so this looks like the end. Yep. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? That's creepy. London. Okay. Let's head back. So this person is hungry, guys. Where am I supposed to get food? All right. I found the cat who stole Kim's shoes, and the sweep lady told me to get the shoe back is to lure the cat with pizza lele. Now I gotta find that dish. Pizza lele, I gotta find that dish. Okay, so where the heck would I find that at? Oh, I think it was that place where he said, "We're not ready yet." Nah, not this guy. Not those guys. I think it was right back here. Okay. Oh. I think it was this gentleman right here.
Kita belum. Oh, buat dia 2 porsi.
Oh. There you go. Please tell her that every day would be a brighter if she would smile more often. Aww. Okay, so we got the fried catfish with sambal, piece peso, condiment company, fried tofu, and tempeh. Wow, that's a interesting dish. Okay, so now that we have that, guys, we can actually get going here. I better get back to delivery. Okay.
Pagi, Neng. Sahur na, kid.
This guy's saying the same thing right there. Yeah, it killed me, Jim. It killed me. Honestly, I wasn't gonna go live today, bro. I wasn't. I was like, you know, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I was telling him, I was like, you know what, let me just do it. Because I really want to play this game. But honestly, I don't know if I have the eyeballs for it, but I think I'll be fine. I'm used to it. We'll be good. No, I'm not touching this cat. Okay. Hey, you brought 2? Uh-oh. I just realized the picture changes up top. Creating goodness since 1979. Here you go. Enjoy your food, naughty girl. Uh-oh. Kim's right shoe. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go back now since we got the shoe. Get the backpack. Things are looking great right now, guys. They are looking absolutely fabulous. Right. You're right, Jim. You're right, man. The struggle, bro. All right, let's go bring this shoe back.
Thanks, Lin. Nih, ambil deh buat lo.
As promised, here's my backpack. Although if everything peed on a shoe. This was an interesting... Oh, I got the backpack. Oh, what is this? Really? Sleepyhead? You got a zillion things to do today. Okay, I guess we're not sleeping today. I always thought high school days are amazing until that accident. Remember, tomorrow's the day. Oh boy. That is so crazy that this ghost is here. But luckily we don't hurt each other, so that's a good ghost. That's a good spirit. Why do all landlords gotta have like a... Holy, what the... Holy shoe! Wow! Okay, alright, lady. Now, she really don't like cameras. Look at her. Jeez. So where am I supposed to go now? Wow, she don't like her picture taken right. She smacked me in the face. She said, nope. Get out of here with that. You are not allowed to take photography of me. You know what will wake me up right now? Some sugar. Sugar, sugar, how you get something? I'm gonna... I think this is where I'm supposed to leave, maybe. All right, Swan R105. Oh, okay. Go to his location. Yeah, here we go, guys. This is where it gets spooky again. I'm going to. Yeah, I had to remix it. What is this? I can't even go in here. No. Yeah, I don't think we got much going on over here. Okay. Before I go outside and talking to this guy, I'm gonna check over here first, guys. Be safe. Everything. Absolutely everything. Oh, look, we got it downstairs over here. And it's even got a cage. Out of the question, guys. Yeah, the details on the cars are not that good. But I'm even surprised there's this much life to the game. The other ones never had this. I let it in yesterday. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Wait, what? Oh, so we're back in school? Okay. Wow, random classmates. Gotcha. Hey, you know what he looks like? He reminds me of, remember that movie? Or not movie, the game Bully? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, guys. I'm gonna give me something to snack on. Okay. All right, just for you, Jim, I'm going to go with a salad. Okay? And I'm going to use that brie dressing. Okay? Oh no, not a salad. Right. Okay. Okay, we're gonna keep that right there for a second. How come we can't really sprint for a very long time, though? Was this security? Where the heck were you last night? We're sleeping on the job. Ash?
Linda Melinda.
Oh, Melinda. What? Oh, yeah. I've been looking for you. Oh, I'm in trouble. Me.
Tunggu sebentar.
There's that question I like to ask. Oh, gosh. 3 of your classmates were injured by unknown causes. Did you know something about those incidents? Oh, boy. Some students claim to see you come home at late hours. Oh, boy. What? You did not know? Strange. Right.
Dengar ya, mulai sekarang.
And today, when all of your classmates are finished, do not stay late at this place. Go home immediately. Okay, that's our principal, I'm guessing.
Mengerti toh?
I received reports about strange supernatural incidents at this school lately. You don't say. Now, go to your class. You're already late. Okay, I got a school pass. He is... That's our principal?
Kok bisa ya? Si
Alright. I'm so jealous of that guy. Why are you jealous of him? What the heck happened? Oh no. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. Mm-hmm.
Yeay, bentar lagi nih bro.
Oh, thank you so much for those. I really appreciate it. Oh, what happened to my game volume? What the heck? That was weird. Come on. Hold on, guys. Okay, so I'm stepping my... Okay. Alrighty then. Oh dear gosh. What the heck just happened? Right. Dude. That is crazy. That is definitely crazy. All right, so I'm almost done with. Why does the sound keep cutting out like that? Thank you, by the way. Oh wait, what the? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Whoopsie daisy. Hold on, guys. I don't even have the chat open. Wow. What a fail on my part. No wonder I see some of your comments and some of oh gosh. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Wow. Chat wasn't even open, bro.
You're fired!
And why is oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe it. That was terrible of me. Wow. That is bad.
Mereka bikin geng baru tuh. Alah, bosan.
Thank you for the coconut. I appreciate it. Queen coming in with that. Thank you so much. You can hear the whole students and everybody talking, guys. This is amazing. So the students are talking about me here. I don't think. Okay, so we can't go into any of the classmates. All these kids are talking about me. Did you know that Linda broke Vatty's ribs? What? They think I'm the bad guy here? What? How dare they? Unbelievable. Vatty is my crush. You watch it, Linda. One day I'll make you pay. Oh gosh, she's threatening me. She's gonna kick my booty. Can you tell me what's wrong with that right there, guys? Okay, the base looks normal now, but when I... what the heck? Not gonna ask. Whatever. Oh, that's the Henny. That's the one that tried to attack me? I don't like you. You don't tell anyone, especially the teachers, about last night. Maybe I'll start to like you. Oh gosh. About last night. Let's keep it between us. Oh gosh. Those are the people from yesterday, guys. You're welcome. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much about that, Queen Bonnie. How's everything been going for you, by the way? Look, Linda got a new hairdo. Oh, she thinks that terrible haircuts will make her get a fresh start in this incident. Wow. Keep on dreaming, sister. I got an idea. Let's prank her by pouring something sticky into her head and post it online. Wow. It would be great. Okay.
Kasian banget ya.
Hey, listen, did you know what happens to Sari? Oh, you mean she and Mr. Rustam? Sari told me that the man forced his way into her. Psst, not here. Let's talk at the DH's coffee at the school. Oh, I know where we're going. I know where that is. I remember. Okay, so we're here in the daytime. Numbers on the wall. Are these codes for something? Yeah, a bunch of 7s. So I'm assuming we probably can't go in here. Oh, we can. But there's nothing going on. Okay, so nothing we can do up here. I think our class is going to be on the other side. Whoa. Left punch, right punch, go, go, go! That sounded so wrong. Yeah, it did. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they meant. Alright, well, let's see what's going on over here. Why do their faces change? So weird.
Hey guys!
Uh-oh, welcome to Anti-Linda Social Club. Oh my dear jeez. The chairwoman, pleased to meet y'all. Oh, okay, okay. Our objective is to gather those who share the same idea. Mm-hmm. Are you guys ready? Uh-oh, what is it? Okay. Count me in.
Siapa kita?
ALST.
Oh, okay. Alrighty then. Anti-Linda Social Club. Hey, wow. The whole school hates my character, guys. I'm the hero.
Hey, kamu.
Hey, yo. Quit slacking off. Make sure to attend to your PE class. Alright, that's our gym teacher. Alright.
Yo, keren banget nih.
Yo, Anti-Linda is kind of cool today. Okay. Yeah, dude. Why don't we start something? Let's call it Arwana 5's Linda's Haters Front.
Keren banget nih.
Cool, dude. Yeah. We way cooler than those guys at Linda Haters from the Arwana 5. Okay. Is there anything that happened here? No, I can't even go behind that tree anyway. Alright, let's go look back here and see what we see this time. See if our grave is still there, guys. Because last time we remember seeing I don't like how the grass disappears like that. I believe we got everything on high. Yeah, everything's on high. That's weird. Of course it's locked. Is there a way? Oh, I can't even see in there. Yeah, I don't like how that grass just comes showing up like that. That's kind of annoying. Okay, so this is the one where Andre was. But we can't go in there now. So I guess our class is going to be upstairs, where we first started the game. A classroom of nothing. Okay. Okay. I think that's it, guys. I think we pretty much talked to everybody. We explored everywhere in the school. I think we're just ready to pretty much move on and get to class. We'll go ahead and do that really quick. All right, so upstairs we go. Now we know what the school looks like.
Udah pada denger kan?
That Linda. So suspicious. Yeah, she's already questioned by the police about that trip incident. Do you guys think she did it? I'm like right here. Hello. Oh, here's our classroom, guys. Aww. Okay. Let's move on back, guys. This is my chair. Photography. My seat. Should I sit or wait for class to start? Sit down. All right, guys. So we're gonna go to class. This is it. See what we learned today. My entire class hates me, guys. The entire school hates me. Uh-oh, you better grab your phone. This is something you see like in a Freddy Krueger movie. Oh, hell no. See, this is why we need a new Freddy Krueger game. Stuff like this. Okay, we're in the middle of the classroom. Phone starts ringing, and now we're in a totally different dimension. Today's class lesson, we will learn how to be a noob. Yes. Okay, we're moving like a noob. We sound like a noob. And I'm moving to some shadows that I have no idea what it is. I don't have... I can tell by the hair right now, these are my friends that died. Yep. I knew it. Donnie? Yayan? How do I, can I grab the candles? I can't take my light out. Masika? The person responsible for everything? Whoa. That's trippy. That is trippy. I don't know. I think we're learning how to not do classwork today.
Good morning, class.
Oh gosh.
I'm so pleased to meet you all.
Me too.
I'm Mariska Gandasasmita. You can call me Miss Siska. I'll be your teacher today. And I hope we can all get along nicely.
I hope so too. I really hope so too. Oh no. Somebody pooped on the ground. Oh dear jeez. Oh, what the? The camera doesn't work? Oh, great. Okay. Are we? Oh, it's boarded up. Yeah, we got blood everywhere here, guys. Not good. All right, well, let's head up out of here. Oh. Yeah, that's completely normal. Yep. Oh gosh, okay. We got cages out here, and yeah, the entire school has been condemned, guys. It looks like it might be raining outside. It's funny how one metal door is magically open just for me. I'm so privileged. Oh, we got another one here. Open room of nothing. Good. Oh, she don't even, she turns her whole body now with the camera. She ain't playing. Yeah, we got a twitcher. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we're heading downstairs right now. Broken trees. Okay. That's the way to be with a broken tree. At least they left all the rooms open for me. I think we're like, okay. All right, let's find out what else we have here. Oh, we got body parts. Oh dear gosh. This wall, it feels different. This wall, it feels different. Camera doesn't work. All right, so I don't think we're gonna be able to do much there, guys. Very red out there. Okay. Nope. The rooms we can go in, we can't do much. I don't know if I'm going upstairs or not. Nope, all blocked up, guys. We're gonna go ahead and head upstairs. Oh, okay. I'm gonna wait for that class. Rumpy something. Okay. I guess we're going to the room where we saw that person walking around in, so let's find out what's in there. Hey, that's the guy that sells cell phone stuff, right? No, never mind. Oh. Yeah, he doesn't look alive. Yep. That's what we're learning today. What are you doing wandering around like that? I don't know. Class already starting. Please sit down. Oh, okay. We will sit down. Do I sip? These pictures are different. All right, let's have a seat. Like, do you believe this guy? It just... In 1982, a dark vortex was imploding in the inner circuit of the... Oh gosh, therefore, our Earth started vibrating in a way she established in milliseconds. He's going too fast. Wow, he's using big giant words. Holy shoot. I feel like we're not alone. Holy, what the? No, no, no! No phone in my class. Kids. Oh dear gosh. Holy Batman! Right, I think this is our leave, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna step away now. Yep, I don't trust this guy. You're one of them. Stay away, please. Don't focus too much on your bone. That light, it burns. What the heck?
What the deuce?
Yep. Yeah, that's just completely normal. Yeah, he could stay in there. I think we got to go back downstairs. That was weird. Yeah, we don't want to be here too much longer, guys. I feel like this just changed. So class is no longer in session. We're done. This didn't look like this for sure. Looked a little bit different. All right, let's be careful. Let's move on. The teacher told me about focusing my phone and light. Oh. So the teacher's on my side? Do I even want to know? Holy shit, what the? It poked me. Oh! Yep, step away. Nope, not falling for it. That hurted. That definitely hurted.
Jangan.
Wait, please don't. We don't want any troubles. Whoa. Yep, nope. Okay, so they don't come in here, which is good. That's very good. They were trying to hurt me. Look at that. So we got the cat back here. It's you again. Poker face? Yeah. Who are you? Oh, we got a weapon! I have a knife! Wait, what the? Where'd the cat go? Okay, so we're in big trouble. So we got a pile of blood here, guys. Let's be careful. I feel like this could be dangerous. Something doesn't seem right here. Oh! Okay, yeah. Oh! Well, I think I'm almost a goner in this one, guys. Oh, I think I gotta hit it from the back. Oh! Holy shoot! Oh, we're in big trouble. Oh boy. Come on. Come on. No more, a little more. Yeah, we're not done here yet. Oh, okay, okay. I don't think so. Come on, a little more, a little more. Come on. Finish your move. I don't think we're done here yet, guys. Right? Are we safe? Thank goodness, finally. Oh. Oh, I just scared my class. See, no wonder they think I'm psycho.
Saya kira Linda harus dicek di rumah sakit.
Muhun, Pamanat. Nanti saya suruh ke sana.
Uh-oh.
Muhun, bukan merepotkan.
Thank you, sir, and I'm so sorry for the troubles. She's gonna smack me with the pan again. So what happened? Brat! What did you do? I know that's not your blood. You're lucky I don't call the police. Uh-oh. Wear a jacket or something. You'll make a ruckus looking like this. Wow. Okay. I still look psycho. Should I bring some extra clothes? God forbids if I should spend a night there. No matter what happens, you're always stood up for me. Oh. The ticket to my scholarship up for this day. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, let's go back up top and talk to this ghost. Maybe this ghost will give me a hint about something. What is it this time? She doesn't want to say anything to me, but there's nobody up here either. All right, let's get out of here, guys, because we got blood on us. Set back out into the city. So for notes, what do we have? Nothing. There's nothing. There's no notes. Oh God! I thought she wasn't gonna hit me this time. Now go to a hospital. Make sure you get a tetanus shot or something. Oh gosh. Hospital it is. I guess we're gonna go ahead and get evaluated, get ourselves checked out, make sure everything's okay. Oh, we couldn't go this way last time. More of the city's open now. Oh, what the? Yeah, they came out of nowhere. This is weird. I don't think we're gonna be going through any of these. All right, so hospital. Not here. That's just interesting. All right, so maybe we'll try to go out through the border. Maybe that's, oh, wait, what the heck? What? Apollo Woman's underpants? What kind of sicko who collects these things? Oh, gosh. Wow. All right, so we don't talk to these people, so we're not going this way. Who takes pics so that I do? Evidence. I gotta prove to whoever they belong to, you know? Hell yeah, man, we're taking selfies. I don't think there was a hospital around here. So where's the... Oh, is that a Samsung? Samsung? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That's for copyright. Wow. Lucky Game Shop? Okay. Holiday Game Shop. Every day's a holiday. Oh, we're going to the hospital, guys. Waiting around town with blood on you, taking pictures of women's underwear seems suspicious. I can't do it, guys. I can't resist. Alright, we're gonna go talk to the doctor, guys. But before we do that, Give me one moment. Now we have to get back into the game. Yeah, you know, guys, we got the blood on us. My graphics card is on fire. Jim, I'm going to show you what it looks like for me right now. Hold on. Oh. Yep. It will give me wings? Yeah, it will. Mm-hmm. Wing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there you go, bro. Oh, we got a sick baby? What's the matter, honey? I don't want to get the shot, Mom. Wait, what the heck? Hold on. That's the sick boy. Yeah, my GPU is on fire, bro. Aww. Did you hear, Jim? About the new Xbox, bro? 120 FPS? Man. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Let's see, find your doctor, take a number.
Ada yang bisa saya bantu?
Do you need any assistance? Yeah, please, take a queue number to the right. No. Don't want to grab a number. I just want to go see a doctor.
Silakan.
You have a scheduled appointment, miss? Please go to the receptionist to grab a queue number. Wow, so I guess they're used to this. People always trying to skip on ahead, and I'm one of them. Alright, well, let's grab a queue number. 205. Please take a seat. We'll attend to you shortly. What number are we on?
Number 106.
You got to be kidding me. Wow, 3 hours later. Oh my gosh. Hospital 6 simulator. No, what's going on down there? All right, there was chairs we can sit on, though. I did notice the this right here. Why she takes 2 chairs? Oh, I was about to say that quick resume sounds pretty cool, right? Look at me.
Number 205.
Jeez. Oh, I'm about to get up there. My character's a little tired. I can't get over this kid. What's on his chin there? Okay, well, let's get ourselves checked in, see what's going on. Yes, that's me. That's me. Linda Melinda. Let me go to Dr. Sukumari's room. Just go through the polyclinic hallway. Gotcha. I believe it's this way. Yep, and he is saluting.
Silakan.
You have a scheduled appointment, miss? Please, go to the receptionist and get a queue number. Oh, yeah. Okay. You're the last person. Unbelievable. Why did they make that look so painful? Hell? Why are we getting these weird pictures in here? Wow, that's a huge bed. Okay. You know, rewapment. Okay. 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 I think that's the one I gotta go see. Dr. Sukumari. Shh, don't run. Walk very slowly. He can't see me. He can't see me. What we're talking about here? Yeah, I don't get it. This is another one of the main entrances. All right, here's me exploring like always. Real curious to see what these two are doing. And that's it, nothing. Okay. Let's go talk to our doctor. Let's find out what the heck is going on. Okay, so maybe I have a feeling we're gonna transition into another world watch. All right, so here's the doc's office. Wait a moment. Please take a seat. Okay. Oh, on a chair. Gotcha. The hell does he got underneath his desk? He has ketchup, mustard, maybe sweet relish. That's what it looks like to me. And he just leaves. Oh, no, 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 no. What is with that? I see her. Oh, no, we're in big trouble. I'm not moving my camera. Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
It's all right, Linda. It's not your fault. You shouldn't blame yourself. But there's something you can do.
What?
Listen.
Hocus pocus, we're seeing some hoogity hoodoogidy. This is not good. Oh god. Okay, we've awakened in a bad area. The crap. Okay, we don't have any melee weapons, guys, so we're gonna have to be careful here. Oh. I think the boy gave us a hint because the boy did say walk. I don't have anything to... Yeah, we have to go this way. Okay. Oh, he's got no face. What? Alright, we gotta be careful. Okay, nice and easy. I feel like he's gonna like turn around and try to... Dang it! Okay, I think we're kind of far away. I don't think he's gonna... I don't think he really hears us anymore. Well, we don't have a choice. Yep, she's up to... Oh, what's next to her? There's something next to her, too. Nope. None of these rooms are opening, guys. Okay, nice and easy. There we go. We're about to get into this room. Are we rocking a smartwatch or something? I don't know if we take the elevator or we just go... I think we go this way. Alright, we gotta go nice and easy. No, dead end. I guess we are going to the elevator. Okay, let's go. Well, I don't want to tick him off and get him really upset and mad at me. Oh boy. Okay, we're going down into the basement levels here. Alright, we gotta be careful. Error. ER? Emergency room? Or error? Or everyone's ready. The heck does ER mean? Oh. Are we on the right floor here? Oh my gosh. Oh, he will try to... Ooh, I'm hiding with a dead body. Oh, what the heck? Why's my phone on? Wait, what the heck? This one feels heavier. Uh-oh, the ghost girl knows. Now, how long? A fluffy lady? Wait, what? What the hell is that? Oh, we're getting a little taste of what's in the game now. I like Fluffy. Uh-oh. Everything here is mostly rough or bloody. It's boring. Oh. That lady was fluffy too. But she was cold and angry. I don't like it. This Fluffy is warm. But sad. Fluffy should stay. Oh man, what should I do? I feel like I should probably jump out. Alright, we're gonna try to play it safe and be smart about it. My legs sticking out. Papa might not want Fluffy happy. Papa will make Fluffy bloody. Oh no. Is she gonna help me? So sad. Fluffy should be nice. Why does my character keep moving her hand? Okay, looks like I'm in the room with the other dead bodies here. Alright, here we go. Oh, nope, never mind. Oh no. Fluffy should not move. Papa's coming. Oh boy. We're about to get cut up, guys. Oh no. Need to run. What the hell's going on here? Yikes! Up, down. Nope, wrong way. Ugh. Oh, he knew. I'm stuck! Oh! I am in big trouble. Maybe he didn't see me going here. Nope, never mind. He knows. He knows. Can I do anything in there? Thank goodness. Oh my gosh, that put me on a spot. I didn't know what to do. There was too much going on at one time. I don't think there was really much we can do. There was a few hiding spots, but he finds us though. Oh man, we got bodies everywhere here, guys. Okay. Nice and easy. Yeah, they're blocking the way. They don't want me going that way. Something doesn't seem right here. Okay, let's be careful. We got a couple hallways to go. It's a dead end. Okay, so we can't go that way. There's not really much there right there. All right, nice and easy. Doesn't work. I feel like we got to do something with her. Oh no. Doesn't look very safe. Oh wow. But she doesn't hurt me. Papa doesn't like me playing with my toy. He hid my toy somewhere around here. So sad. Okay, so we gotta find our toy then. Maybe I should turn Fluffy into my new toy. Okay, so it doesn't hurt her. Yep, that's not gonna work. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on this way. See what we have. We might be able to find. Holy shoot! You scared the crap out of me. Holy macaroni! That scared me. This one might come alive, so I better watch it. Okay, so where can I hide? That's not good. Okay, so we got a couple hiding spots here, guys. I heard something, but I don't know if somebody's coming or not, so we better be careful. Maybe nobody's coming. She's kind of like a Sally. Wow. Yeah, okay. Well, she's not hooked. She's on chains. She's missing an arm, but she has wires. You can see her face. Yeah, look at that. Wow. So she's hanging on a machine. She almost looks bald-headed. I think we can hear them. They're gonna come in, guys. We better be careful. Shoot. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's try this again. All right. Let's talk about it. Let's be careful. Papa told me this will become my new toy. Wait, what? But Papa's too busy serving the Serpent Queen. So sad. I think I hear it. I think I hear him. Or maybe not. Okay. Ooh. These seem like dangerous liquids. I think I can use this as a weapon, but I can't hold it for too long. I have to throw it quickly. Okay, so when something chases me, it seems like we're gonna be throwing that. So is here. Okay. He's gonna try to take me out, watch. Not working. Oh no! Wow. I need to run out of here. Nope, no more of this shenanigans. Come on, go inside. Oh, that's it. He's done for. I gotta hurry up. Now we're in big trouble. Oh no. What am I supposed to do here? Oh shoot, I gotta get out of this room. I'm blocked in. What is this? A chemical solution found by Linda inside the hospital. Its ingredients are capable to wound the gore surgeon. Okay. I don't know what Papa become if he exposed to the serpent essence. Fluffy might not want to find my toy. Last time I played with Endlum was moving. Oh. And Papa stuck my toy in the chunk of hanging meat. Chunk of hanging meat. Okay. Seems like we're going to be working alongside with the little girl. One of these. Oh, the room looks different. What the heck? Run away! Thank you, Navigator. 10 out of 10 thumbnail. Thank you. You're so tired. I know, me too. No, this one's a different game. This one's a different game. Yeah, this one's called Dread Out 2. Okay, we can't do anything with the hands, guys. So we took out the guy or the surgeon or whatever who tried to decapitate us with the chainsaw there, guys. So luckily they're out of the way. Item removed. Yes. It's on one of the hanging meats. Well, how do I know which one it is? Now we are coughing pretty bad right now, guys. It looks awesome. Yeah, I like it. This one's new. It actually just came out not too long ago, so it's interesting. Oh, wait. I think we see something. You just picked up an axe plus the... okay, let's go back with the... We're in big trouble. We do have an axe on us. Run! Okay. Holy shoot, that scared me. The heck is going on here? Oh, what the hell? Oh! 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 Oh gosh! What the hell is that? I don't think so. Yo, take that guy's chainsaw away and whatever else he's carrying on him. Yo, I can't move. Oh, we're done for. Right, Todd. Right, that is so crazy. Red says, I tried. Now I can have Fluffy too. Yay, I think we just helped the little ghost girl, which is really, really nice. Run! I'm trying to there, Temple. Oh, gosh. Oh, I'm in trouble. I think I died. I think that's game over. That did not look like a happy ending. Wait, what the heck? Maybe that was. What the? What's wrong, Doc? Look like you saw a ghost or something. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're going crazy. I remember PewDiePie playing Jedi 1, right. Jedi 1 was good and Keepers of the Dark was good. And I said, you know what? I have to play this one, guys. I was really excited for it. Oh, we're outside in the real world. So what did the hospital even do for me? Oh. Okay. I think we're just gonna go ahead and head back. Yeah, we're not really looking too healthy right now here, guys. Brought you back to life. Yeah, it did. It was weird. I thought I was a goner. Don't forget to bring a power bank. Sorry, guys.
Semuanya via aplikasi nih. Kok bisa ya? Oh, nuwun sewu. Nuwun sewu. Wih, sek. Udah pada serius loh.
Dia.
Serius.
Di.
Ngerasa aneh nggak sih? Oi. Oi.
Was my mic really muted? What the? Unbelievable, man. Oh, now the town's pretty busy. Okay, let's head back in there and talk to the, hopefully, what the fudge sickle, right? Man, imagine... Oh, what's up with these people blocking everything off? Wow. Okay, well, let's head inside to the apartment.
Katanya lu ke rumah sakit.
Hey, Linda. I've heard you went to the hospital. You're looking all right to me. Listen, about what I told you earlier. Let's talk later. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. You're back, yeah? Just go to your room and stop making troubles. Oh, you're not gonna do nothing now, huh? Let's see what this ghost is doing up here. Something is very wrong. I can feel it. Well, that's not good if we can feel it, guys. Can you feel the beat? Alright, so we're back to the house. I think it could be the reason I couldn't date any guys in school. Shut it, Linda. Don't be negative. Oh. Mom, Dad, do you guys even exist? Oh, yeah, true. Alright, I'm so tired. I should get some rest. Let's get some rest, guys. Oh. Wait, what? Hard to breathe? Oh, no. We're going back into another world. Oh, gosh. Oh, what the? Oh, the city at night. This would be interesting. What is that? It's close from here. Oh, boy, we're in trouble. After those at the orphanage, you guys are my family, right? I really miss you guys. Oh, I want us to get back together again. Okay. Oh, she's talking about the same thing. All right, we don't have to go change or anything, guys. What's wrong with her? All right. She's sleeping. She must be really tired to sleep in here. Something ain't right. I'm going upstairs. She's not here. What happened? No, the good ghosts. What the? Alright, we're heading back downstairs, and I think we're going outside. Holy shoot!
What the deuce?
Holy crap. She's right there. Oh, hecky no. No, no, no. You don't do that to me. That is weird what you just try to pull on me. You're going for the rat lady next. Okay. I think she's downstairs. The landlord's still here. Huh. Okay. I think back upstairs it is. Holy the crap. Holy shoot. Ho! Made me jump, woman. I'm waiting for the landlord to do something. Door is open. You're back here again. Love how that shadow's right there. We need. Dang it. Dang it. Got her. Got her again. Oh, shoot. Did I finally get her? I'm gonna explore the city though. Holy shoot! Oh no! You gotta be kidding me. What the heck? This could be terrible news, guys. Ooh. Not safe out here. Look, look, there's the lady. Big giant, that is a werewolf. It's something. Yeah, we want to be careful here. That is absolutely right, Todd. Not a good thing. Oh! Well, I did get the item, but we didn't have much time. It just barely caught me there. All right, we got to be careful. Oh, It started me right here. Okay. Oh, these are open. You fool! I'm surging with power tonight! What the heck? You can't defeat me! Nice guy, Abby. Heavy breathing. Cigarette. Oh, this is the cigarette guy. Gimme. Cigarette. Okay. Let's find this guy some cigarettes. We can find him anywhere. Cigarettes. Oh, that's not it. Looks like we're gonna be going back. At least the big guy's gone. Okay. Why are so many rats running this way? Oh, I think I know why. Okay, I think it's... Okay, so there's cigarettes around here somewhere, guys. I gotta find them. What store look like they have cigarettes? Holy macaroni! Okay. Oh boy. Wait a minute. Cigarettes. The landlord. That's exactly what it is. All right, to the landlord we go, guys. She's gonna hate me. But we don't have a choice, guys. I think we can go this way. Be much quicker. Never mind. I don't think we're going that way. Okay. Everybody seems to be possessed in the city. Let's go get this man his cigs and let's get moving. I believe it was this way. All right, we made it through. Yep. Here's the cigs. That's the stuff. This pleases me. I will now release you. Leave, please. Oh, wow. What happened? Why am I here? Well, you have no idea. It's better if you don't know and don't know what's going on. All right, let's keep moving this way. It's another one possessed. Surging with power. Beware of dog. Oh. Wow, that was weird. Yeah, that was a dog, all right. This lady keeps disappearing on me, guys. She's playing with my emotions right now. This is not allowed. Okay. She wants me to go in there and I can't get in there, so I'm gonna have to go around the long way. Wow. All right, watch ourselves. Wow. I couldn't get him in time. No, I think I could just tap it. Oh, he got me. Dang it. Oh, okay, that hurt. Wow. Dang it, wow, he came out of nowhere. That thing is... Wow, he's still here. I knew it was behind me. Okay, so that means he's down and out. Then I don't have to worry about the tiger no more. Whew. Okay, so I had to fight that thing. I thought I just had to like sneak by it or something. Nope, well, we're not going this way. Let's check the other way, see what else we have. Which way do I want to go? I think it's, let me check around. The big giant tiger's taken down, so we need to explore. I think it's this way. Yep. Whoa. Look at that. Oh, he sees me. No fair, man. I'm gonna die. Holy mackerel, shoot! Alright, come here. How the heck? There's something else I gotta do here. Yep, I'm gonna die. I'm a goner. Seriously, dude? Oh, yep, that's it for that. Holy mackerel. Okay, why is the audio sounding so weird right now? Hey, what's going on, Erdar? How are you, bro? Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. Oh, working. Yay, gotta make that money, man. Gotta make that money. Man, my graphics card's on fire. Well, not really. Okay, so the tiger took us down. So that was... Oh. Let's get ready for this. We gotta get ready for this tiger here, guys. Dang it, he got me. Gotcha. Come on. Couple more times. Wow, couldn't click it fast enough. That was cheating, bro. What? No way. I got you, bro. What? Wow. He's so fast. Okay. Ooh, that was close. I can't even hear him. There we go. Holy macaroni. And here he is up top. Look at that big bad kitty. It's getting louder for me too. It's kind of annoying. So you guys hear that too? I thought it was just my headphones. Speaking of that. Get this. Yeah, I heard it the last 2 times it did it. Okay. I see. Alright, I gotta get ready for this guy. This guy is really... We don't have anything with that. What? Why is he like that? I think he won't let me pass it. Where am I going? I think the old lady has some of them. So this we've already done. Wow. So what do I need to make him attack? Oh, his left eye, I think. No! Seriously, dude? Get off of me! You're like Mufasa. Wow. Get out, dude. Oh my god. Damn, what the? I gotta hit him in his eye. Oh. Seriously? Wow. Wow. I'm dead. Woo! That was close. Must be a glitch. Right, I'm almost dead. Unbelievable, man. Unfreaking believable. Holy shoot. There comes the lady. Where'd she go? Oh, she's in here. Wait, what? Okay, she was in here, so where'd she go? Okay, that makes sense. Let me go this way. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. We just came in that way. Okay, we gotta go through these gates. And it just locked at me. Oh no, okay, no, we're good. It's a lot of hiding spaces here. What the heck? Nope, I'm not going that way. All right. Oops, dead end. Oop, dead end too. All right, so we're... I heard something. That's it. What is it? Wait, what the heck? Am I back where I started again? Oh, gosh. What? Alright, hold on. We need to go back this way. Continue this way. I think this is the beginning. That's the gate that's a dead end, I believe, right? Yeah. Okay, so we did this one. Okay, so this is the one we can't go through. Got it. Okay, let's go this way. You don't want to go that way. This way. There we go. Follow the candle. Hey, what the heck? It's that cat again. Alright, you know what? What the heck? We're missing something. Okay, what about this gate? Okay, it's one of the people that's going to be possessed again. Okay. Coffee! Alright, we'll get you some coffee. The back of a packet said, the ginseng-infused coffee brand known for unique Herby aroma, marketed by the booster for men's vitality and awareness. Whoa, take this coffee, find another one. Yeah, we all need coffee right now. Oh, really? Yeah, I bonjour. Hey, what's going on there, Chayton? Yeah, I noticed that, luckily we got English subtitles, so that kind of helps. But in terms of, like, some of the posters, I have no idea what is going on, you know? Let me stretch. Oh, that's good. That is good. Coffee sounds good. All right, should I make this coffee for the guy, or is there, like, different coffees? Where is it pre-made? Are you dumb? How am I supposed to drink this? Well, I need to brew the coffee. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Hold on. Oh, shake up the coffee, guys. Here we go. I'll let you know, definitely. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate the help, though. It's always good to have, there's some hot water left. Okay, so I think I got the coffee already. What is this? Cat piss? Want another one? Okay. The back of the pack said, one of the best tastes the coffee brand. Widely flavored among coffee. Famous at a premium and delightful and low velocity taste. Alright, guys. We're going to go ahead and try to mix up this one then. Shake. Shake that coffee. He is Castoperon or Isupron? The ghost that takes his body. Well, kind of figured they were being possessed, but I did not know that was the name for it. This is garbage. Another one. What? Hold on. So the two obvious coffees are obviously not the ones he like. Wow. This simple strong black coffee with sugar, popular among they all stop lighting up. Oh my gosh. So I gotta be careful. He said he wanted a certain kind. Hold on. Maybe I should check around the market. Coffee. Yeah, but it doesn't tell me which one. So I guess I just gotta guess it up. Try to photo him? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me mix this up real quick. How much water is in here? There's some hot water left, so I guess it's forever hot water in there until I figure out the right coffee. I tried better sewage water than this. Wow, this guy wants to drink every single type of coffee until I find the right one. 10 liters, right? Okay, hold on. How many coffees do we see around here? One of the earliest instant coffee cream brands in the heyday. It is widely consumed and enjoyed everywhere. Now, due to the emergence of many competitive Mingju coffee has lost its status. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna find another one. Definitely not that one. I believe we have the one that should be it. Okay. Hopefully, hopefully this works out. We'll find out, I guess, now then, huh? That cup is 10 liters. It's a pretty big cup. I just don't know how much we're, how much water we're using. There we go. I think we got it, guys. I think I grabbed like sugar packets or something. Seriously, dude? Okay. All right. That's it. Right. Poor Linda. I feel bad for Linda. Look at all the, the ghost encounters she has to deal with. I bet you it's that one. Dark as the darkest night, savor the blood of sacred blood creature. May this sacrifice please, she will... Wow, I think that's the one we needed. That was a given answer. Boom, 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 boom. And I think we grabbed like a sugar packet or something. All right, let's see what we make this time. Thank you for the follow. Finally! Oh, this is the good stuff. The others are just plain garbage. Now I have no use of this person. You can take them. What are you doing here this late? Don't worry, miss. You got me. Hey, what? Oh, that's the guy from the other side. Okay. Like something bad's about... Oh, what the hell is that? The heck? It doesn't attack me? Is there like a correct spot for where they need to stand? Okay, I'm gonna deal with them in a second. I feel like we need these guys for something, but for what? I guess that's it. Yeah, right. That's very true, Jim. Very true, bro. Alright, so here's that DH coffee. Remember what those other school kids were talking about? My own footsteps just scared me. Well, there's that lady again. This is too good to be true. Seriously? I guess I'm supposed to be taking out the Oh! Oh, wait a minute. Oh no! Okay, so we can't get a shadow. We can't hit her. Nope, run away. Okay. Whoop, that's out of the question. Seriously? Maybe there's something I need to do around here. Nah, I'm gonna go the other way around. I think I need to make her hit something. What do I need her to hit? It's not working. Okay, hold on. Does she need to hit these or something? Wow, she teleports these guys. Okay, so I think my ban... Okay, so where'd she go? I don't know if I'm supposed to hit that or not. Alright, so what do I do with her? Oh! Okay, so there's something we need to do. All right, with her. Hold on. Maybe I should check around the market. Coffee, what is it this time? Okay, so she's throwing a big blue projectile at us. So I'm pretty sure we got to make her hit something. Ow! Holy shoot! Oh. I'm gonna try something. You're right, I'm gonna try to hit this. Oh, that didn't work. Oh my gosh. Okay, what is she protecting here? Do we need her to... Wow. I don't have any items. Ah, I took pictures of the smoke. See, the thing about that, she's always like... Can't take pictures of her. Okay, so having her hit the tigers do nothing. Oh, I hit it. Did I hit her? I think I just got a hit on her. Nope, that one didn't work. Wow. There you go. Now I got the hit on her, but man, it's hard to land at. Did I get her enough? Oh, she's coming back around. It's easier from a distance. Well, I got a couple hits on her, which is good. Can't move! Stop! Wow. Okay, so she's got a couple more hits and she's done for. There we go, a couple more. Come on. She should be down. Nope, not yet. Oh, swing and a miss on that one. No! Seriously. Not good. Wow. Gotta get these guys out of here. There we go. This lady wants a lot of hits. Hopefully this is the right way to do it. My God, so annoying. I think she only spawns 2 at a time anyway. She should be almost down. Oh, a swing and a miss. Okay, come on. Come on. She's taking hits from it, but I don't know. Maybe I need to hit her after I hit her? Wow. Too far away. Oh. Okay, I gotta hit her quick. Maybe I don't have to load it. Nah, I think I do. Shoot. Wow. See those two going around. Come on. Wow. It's hard to hit that thing. I got her twice though. So that's what I gotta do. I just gotta hit her twice. Oh, misery fail. All right. I gotta go easy. Let me go around these bikes. Wow. Just a little bit more. All right, I'm gonna keep these guys running in circles. This is exactly what we're gonna do here right now, guys. Dang it. What the heck, Jim? Ring around a rosy. Man, I'm always missing. I hit you. It didn't matter. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. It doesn't take a picture twice. I think I have to do this and then this. No, that doesn't matter. Ooh-wee. Man, I got these things chasing around 3 hours later. Right, feels like it. Oh god. Wait, you know what I realized? She's carrying that knife that I was carrying around when we was like in this school. Oh my gosh. What the heck, man? All right, nice and easy. There's got to be something else. Alright, killing the men. Okay, so those invisible guys, she spawns 2 at a time. I don't want to take them out. Can I get her? Why is this so difficult? Look at this, guys. Okay. Okay. All right. That's it. Wow. She's looking at me like, you're gonna hit me or what? We're gonna be here all day, because I think we're gonna be here all day. Can't hit her twice. What the heck? Wow. Not you. Oh, what the? Seriously? No, Queen, I'm trying. I'm really trying. All right, come on. These guys are catching up to me, so this is not good. He's failing badly, too. I don't get it. All right, that's it. Seriously? Holy mackerel. Oh boy. I'm gonna try this on mouse and keyboard for a second. Oh, I'm getting like look. Come on. Seriously? I know. The turning in circles is driving me crazy too, bro. Dang it, move! Oh my god, man. I'm trying, man, but it's not... It's just not doing it. I need everything right now. I just... There's gotta be a better way. This is a bit tedious. There's no way... Wow. I was hitting her twice at one point. Wow. Get out, run! I don't know how I'm gonna hit her twice. Yeah, we're playing Dread Out 2 right now. Oh gosh. Whatever. Okay. Alright, nice and easy here, guys. Nice and easy here. I hit the blue circle sometimes, but that's not the only answer. Sure. Can't hit her twice. There's something else we gotta do to her. What else is on this map? I can't hit her twice. I don't get it. All right, come on. I'm holding it down. Oh, dang it. I hate when I get stuck. Move the hell out of the way. Nope. Okay, so these guys, I noticed sometimes they flash orange, sometimes they don't. Wow. Come on, what the heck? There's got to be something else around this map. We're not. Something's not right here. Okay. There's got to be something. Can't hit it twice. Okay. I think I got an idea. Okay, so maybe I should light hit it and then... The range, man. What part is this? I want to say Act 2. Alright, you know what? Something ain't right here. Whatever. I think it's something about to do with her men. Seriously? My God, like, why is it so hard to hit? I don't like this battle. I really don't. I'm not really feeling it. This is starting to become a bit... Whatever. Get off, man. See, wow, I'm like aiming at you. Like, I don't understand how much more precise you want me to be. Wow. You know what? What? See. See, when she gets weakened. From a distance, I can do... See, come on. Nah, there's something else missing here. See, it doesn't work. Okay, so double hitting her is not the answer. There's got to be another way. Come on, there's got to be something in the area. Come on. Move, dude! Move! Oh my god! Wow! That was super dumb. Come on. Seriously. Oh my god. Move. Whatever, man. Like. Ugh. Dang it. What the heck? Gotta hit her when the ball is staring. This is bogus, man. I've tried like I tried several things like I don't know, I don't understand. We can hit the blue ball, we can hit the two enemies. I was double hitting her for a while, so it felt like we had to hit the ball plus hit her, but I have to be within range. That's hard. Yeah, like I'm aiming at it, so it's not the problem of aiming, it's just a bit responding. Huh? What do you mean, bro? How do you type while you play? I don't get it. Okay. All right. Let's take. What time is it? 2:30. Holy mackerel! All right. Let's take this thoroughly, right? Let me clean up this mess. It's about to be showtime. We're gonna get through this, guys. Don't worry. It is showtime. For moments like these, there's nothing like the handy dandy whoosh Reese's. Now, we're gonna win. I'm not playing no more. I am not playing no more. I multitask real fast. Yeah, I'm trying, bro. Don't worry. All right, so we're gonna continue on, and then we're gonna go ahead and try to fight this ghost lady again. She kicked my butt cheeks. All right, so these guys, there's nothing we can really do with these guys. I don't understand what's the purpose of these guys. I don't know, whatever it is. You know, I wonder if we had something to do with them. You know what? Let's... See, there's that right there. So I wonder, these little guys, they got to be sacrificed for something. Yeah. I don't think we do anything with these guys. Yeah, I think these are just guys you can just hit around just for the fun of it. Yeah, I don't think there's really no purpose to them. Those links are just friendly ghosts, right? Ooh. Before she throws you. Before she throws it at you. Alright, take it before she throws it at me. I got you. So right when she does it, I'm gonna go ahead and try to snap it, guys. How you been doing, Tony? I hope everything's been great for you, man. Seriously? 3 of them? Whoa! Let's get her out here again. Nope. Trying to hit it right before she throws it. So far, no luck. What? That's how you ride, right? Doesn't work. What the hell? She spawns 3 this time. Nope. That's it. I'm about to look online. Like, I don't want to, but I think we're gonna have to. Nope. Ain't working. Wow. Okay, there's something we need to do, but what? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't get it. I got 3 of these guys after me, and I'm trying to hear her thing, but it's just not working. Maybe she gotta hit her own ghosts. My god. There's gotta be something better. Like, no notes or nothing. Like, it does seem like we need to deflect, you know, which can be pretty hard. How is it over there, though? Do you like it better, though, bro? Everything's good. Yeah. So every time I take out the 3 ghosts, she just respawns them. Seriously? Oh, come on. Wow, man, they be cheat spawning for real. Whatever, man. I'm really getting aggravated. Like, come on. Like what? Like what am I supposed to do? Nothing. Look at that. They spawn right on me every single time. No doubt about that. I just got her. How did I do that? I think I do need to hit these guys. Oh, hit her in the back. I'm done. Seriously? Got her. Come on, dude. Get out of my way. Oh my god. You guys are annoying. Oh my god. Wow. Move, man. Wow. Wow. I'm becoming a pro at aiming. Nope. Nope. I gotta hit. Come on. What? Oh, come on. How? Like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to. Oh, my dear jeez. Yeah, she is definitely onto me. Behind her. It doesn't matter. See, look at that aim button though, for real. Go somewhere with that. Like, no, you're cheating on me. Get out of here. Seriously? Come on. Got her a couple times. Come on, come on. Come here. Come on. Come on, you wanna play top ball? Boom shakalaka. Boom. She made me mad. I think she's me. Wow, 3 hours later exactly, right. Is that the fortune teller lady? Why is my character going up and down?
Tenang saja, Linda. Kamu aman di sini.
I finally got it, bro. Oh, so who's this person? I'm sorry. I got to find your identity through your belongings. Right now, you're safe under my care. Good. Yeah, what's your manners? What's your name? That's the fortune teller. Folks around here call me fortune teller. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. What's going on, Simba? I do have a real name, but this title is kind of stuck with me. You don't say. About last night. Yeah, about that. I defeated the ghost, yet didn't matter. She almost took me down, and you came to save my life because you're a fortune teller. I'm not quite sure what happened to you. Right. Interesting. But I said something dark and strong is following you all this time. But something inside of you taking this thing will get stronger. Oh boy. Well, then it still choked you outright. Until now, I awakened a dark vibration throughout this area. Yeah. The entire city was going bad. I'm afraid it's only the beginning of terrible things to come. Not good. So what do we do? Listen, Linda, I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm not sure if you're able to overcome this challenge. I'm not sure either, but I hope I can. Maybe there's maybe a slim chance for you to defeat this realm. Alright guys, here we go. Let's see what's going on. Are you ready to go? No. Understood. Talk to me when you're ready. Okay, yeah, but let me look around first. Or just snap back to reality. Oh. So, where are we hiding out now? Is this a whole new area? Is this the cigarette guy? It is. You're with the fortune teller, right? Cool, cool, cool. If some schmucks bother you, tell them you're under nice guy Abby's protection. Alright, sounds good. Oh, we got a bunch of goats and sheep and chickens. Look at this. Oh my god, look at these snacks. We got a game of chess. So it seems like we're hiding. What is the point of this game? It's a horror game. It's pretty much like a supernatural. There's like ghosts and stuff. Like, so I can use this camera to like use my perception to see spirits. Hey, Kapan. Yeah, okay. Well, you're not able to play COD no more? What happened, bro? What the heck happened? Oh, no, we can explore new regions. Hold on. What an odd place to put an ambulance. Yeah, it is. It does not look like it's in a good condition either. Oh, we're on the other side of the bridge. Okay. Right, Jim? Right, Jim? There you go. There you go. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, everything's blocked off. Oh, I guess we're ready with that fortune teller. There's not much else we could do right here, right now. Oh, no internet yet. Gotcha. Yo. Wow. Good one, Jay. Good one, bro. I don't know. I don't know if we should keep going or not. I'll probably take a break. But because we've been on for 5 hours, guys, I'm debating or not. I feel like we should be taking a break, but I don't want to take a break. Does that make any sense? Like, 'cause it's kind of late. Maybe we could do one more mission. Because that mission was the longest thing I've done. Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Godspeed, Linda. My prayers are with you. Thank you. New location accessible, and our notes have been updated. So let's go ahead and check our notes here real quick. I was lucky to be rescued by last night. Someone actually called herself Fortune. She told me that the surrounding dark and strong has awakened a vibration throughout the area. The thing is currently doing something inside of my empty hotel. And again, I am not the only one who can stop it. Why terrible things always happen to me? Oh, that doesn't really help like what I need to do and where I need to go. Alright. Right? Right? Yeah. Okay, so probably that one area is not going to be blocked off anymore. That's what I'm going to get. Ooh, okay, yeah, different area. Hold on. A lot of bird cages around here. Oh, I could go back, I think. Hmm, 3 a.m. Yeah, we're almost hitting our 6-hour mark here. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably be doing an evening stream tomorrow. I should be able to. If anything changes, I'll keep you guys updated. So where am I supposed to go? What did she say? I need to go to my hotel. I need to go to my hotel. Look what Jim did. See what J13 did, guys? What? A pile of women's underpants? What kind of sicko who collects these things? Oh. We need to crack the case. Interesting. As long as this lets me go back to the apartment, I'm not sure if it will or not. It does, thank goodness. Uh-oh. Right. So I can wake up early? Yeah, I do gotta get up early. My son got school, I got a couple things to do in the morning. And I think I should be okay, but honestly, guys, let me tell you something. Sleep is for the weak. I really want to get back on the grind. I really want to start streaming full-time again. Because you know what? I really miss our old streams, guys. I really do. But the best thing is, though, I love hanging out with the ones I know that are here. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry. I'm going to work on it. So what do you say? I don't know. Yeah, you can sleep when you're dead. There you go. Oh, the landlord's going to be so mad at me, guys. Oh, watch this. I love doing this. Hello, lady. Huh? You don't care? Where's my... Hey, you! You took my cigarettes, ain't ya? That's that landlord lady. She got that pose and everything. Damn you, C. Scott. You're not even deserve to be in this picture. Oh, gosh. Sigh. My scholarship is now suspended because of that incident. What am I gonna do? What are you gonna do? Bunny, I used to think becoming a police officer in the future. But with this, I must think of another career choice. Guess we're not coming here, so what the heck am I supposed to do? You bought last night. I'm so sorry. Yeah, last night you attacked me. What's the matter with you? Alright, we're out of here, guys. So where am I supposed to go? about the place I told you before. There is no curfew in that place. We can party all night long with a lot of cool guys. So what do you say? Okay. Well, first of all, let's check out the app. Let's hit that bike taxi. Oh. Looks like we're going to the hotel. It's permanently closed? right, bro? I'm gonna call you Chaos just because I know your name's. Oh, wait, what's going on here? We got a cam crew here, guys. What is going on? Oh, dear God, what is supposed to be like a Medusa with like without the Medusa hair? What we got here? Huh.
Hey guys, ketemu sama Amy.
Oh, okay. Hi guys, I'm Amy. Dion and Jono. Welcome to the Ghost Called in the Act. I'm the scariest show ever. Who are you? Are you here to vlog too? No, yeah, I'm not here to vlog. Hey, what are you going? Please tell us if you find anything scary. You want to see something scary? I'll show you something scary. We're not going through any of these doors, guys. They do not work. Okay, well, if you guys want ghost stories, you need to go in the back. Why are you standing up here? Here we go. Looks like we got a couple people in here. Let's make sure there's no like evil spirits around this place, guys. We got the bathroom here. Bathroom seems clear. Wow, we got a stand-up shower. Look at this. No tub, no nothing. I don't know. I can't do the job on Minecraft right now, Jim. I contacted Minecraft. I messaged them. I can't get into my account, so I'm waiting on the response. I can only do the Xbox, the Windows 10 version, and the mobile version, I guess. I'll be... You scared me, Bam. I thought you were Amy. Oh, okay. Where on earth did you coming from? Huh? Alright, I'll come right away. Wow. Okay, so this was the hotel that's currently blocked off. Doesn't look like there's much areas that we can actually investigate here. We do have an elevator. We're gonna go ahead and get that opened. Both stairs seems to be blocked. We're gonna go ahead and just... Oh, it's movie time.
It's been a while. Finally, my favorite student has come to visit. Did you miss me? Shh, don't answer that. That was rhetorical. Listen. Ah, your heartbeat. I can hear it. Anger, self-doubt, and is that guilt, perhaps? Poor girl.
Whoa, that was epic. I need to find her fast. I'll handle Siska later. Hey, what do I need to do? We gotta deal with these big guys right now. Yeah, so the Java version is technically part of it. Here they come. Nice and easy. How am I supposed to get out there? How am I supposed to get out of here? I can't do anything. I need them to come in. Ooh, that was a tough one. All right, let's keep moving. Hey, it's you again. How do you know I'm here, girl? It's almost like you keeping an eye on me. I guess we're going downstairs. Or maybe not. I don't think downstairs is the answer. I think we need to head upstairs, guys. Of course, we're on floor number 13. That's not gonna work. I need a... There's gonna be a Borderlands movie? No way! Let them both come in, silly. I tried, but that big giant one was blocking the path. Is this a comedy game? If you think so, it could be, I guess. Could be a comedy game. Yo, this flashlight on his phone is actually pretty bright. All right, so we can't go this way yet. I don't have a melee weapon to like take out those vines. Oh, speaking of that, Chaos. By the way, bro, if you're not busy anytime soon, bro, let me know because I'm actually I'm gonna be doing some new things on my setup here, bro. You're more than welcome to check it out so that way you can learn a few things if you want. Oh, I see it. I got my fire axe. Hey. Oh, again? One more time. Yeah, I don't think... Oh, the bottom. Yeah, we had that nice little, the little wooden planks down there at the bottom, guys. We're gonna go ahead and get through this. Alright, nice and easy. I think we're gonna have... These guys got no faces. I got blood all over me, guys, but as long as we're quiet, the enemies won't detect where we are. Sounds like a plan to me. All right, I got you, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and let you know. Everything's still the same, though, right? Nothing changed? Okay, hold on. Looks like the room to the right. Yeah, we're gonna try to go to the room to the right, but we gotta be quiet. My smartwatch is going off, guys. My smarty watches are tingling. Nice and easy. That's right. Swing that axe. Good job, girl. Good job. Okay, nice and easy. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, what the? Want to make sure we don't get ganked up attack on, guys. I love when we have a weapon. I feel so much safer. Yep. Alright, we're gonna step back just a little bit. Okay, so these guys are all knocked down, taken down. Oh. I don't think I can attack this guy. That guy is out of the question. I need a room with a piece of wood in it. I think we found it. Yep, we're heading downstairs. That works. Okay, watch our steps here. Okay, we're downstairs. Now what? Okay. Make sure we're not getting ganged up on. All these rooms are pretty much locked down, guys, so we don't have to worry about that too much. Am I back in the beginning? Alright, we're good. I think we went back in the beginning. I heard something. If it came from somewhere in this floor. Okay, I don't have my phone to really see go. Oh! Holy crap. Should probably sit back for a second. We're gonna sit back, hang tight. Okay, it's all clear. Let's go. Oh man, we got some kamikazes now. Okay. Somewhere on this floor. That's that. I heard something. It's coming from nearby. Password. Huh? Oh, what the heck? She's alive. Wait, what the? What item did I even get? '11th floor emergency door key. A key for the. Oh. Oh. It was a boomer. All right, KSK, get some rest, bro. Hey, thanks for coming in, though, man. I really appreciate it. It's nice to see you stop by, you know? Appreciate it, man. Big time. Okay, I think we gotta go back. That was spooky spooky. We just saw a ghost girl. Oh, you need to stop it, young lady. And because you're a ghost, I'm going in there anyway. Ugh. Oh God. Ooh, we got roaches. The curiosity is getting the better of me. Two, 239 632. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and write this down just in case. 239 or 0, but we're gonna say 9 632. All right, let's move on. That ghost girl is playing with my emotions. You unlock the door, yay! Okay, so what does that mean? I can go down more? Oh, we can go down more. Okay, that's right. That's right. You hear the music? Do you feel it? The door is locked. It requires some kind of combinations. Maybe I should look for them in other rooms. Seriously? Don't tell me I just had to click on the... Wow. I bet you I didn't even have to remember the code. I knew the code. Go back. It's one of those things where you actually got to click on it. Whoopsie daisy. My mistake. The numbers must be useful. These numbers must be useful. Okay, now maybe she does it automatically. Put 0 in case. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're going back down. So we're on the 11th. We're going down to the 10th. And then we're going to go down to the 9th. Doom, boom, doom, doom, bum, bum. Okay. Let's get that bad boy open. These numbers might be useful. Wow. Didn't even have to write it down. Oh dear. Jeez, what is that?
Hey guys, balik lagi di Ghost Caught in the Act.
Need to get any proof of dark spirits? Do you not see what's going on here? Am I the only one? Me and my team here, we won't stop until we get them for you guys. There you go. Right there. That's good. That is perfect. That is it for today. Until we meet again next episode and Ghost Caught in the Act. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. Wow. We're making YouTube videos. Okay, they must be on the other side, yeah. Okay. Yep, nothing in here. Let's continue on. There's something here. We gotta be careful. We're gonna have to go through one of the rooms. Shoot. Shoot. Okay. Alright, we're gonna pick a room. I'm gonna pick this one. There's two of these guys in here. Oh, what the? Okay. One at a time, guys. One at a time. Oh, nibbling at my arm there. Okay. Okay. Try to eat me for supper. Oh, what the? I need to get out this room. I feel like they're respawning in here. Yep, this was the right... Oh, gosh. What is going on here? This could be bad. I thought something was going to try to grab me through the window. Alright, let's keep going across. She looks down, she's like, nope. Oh, that was freaky. Yes, 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 that was freaky. You cannot be doing that. There you go. Get in there. Okay. This doesn't seem like we're still going to be able to use the elevator here, guys. We got a couple rooms to go through. 2 rooms. Hotel thief found dead. Fulan bin Fulan is an unknown male found dead inside a hotel in Dimbu. Near his body, stolen goods from the hotel also found Detective Diga. The head investigator said at the autopsy the cause of the major death was trauma. He later added that the Futan's death could be caused by an infighting with his fellow thieves. Impressive. Oh, that's it. We can't really... Maybe I can use it to go down? Yeah, use the rope, but that's where the ghost lady was. That's weird. So why wasn't that rope just a second ago? Oh, what the? That's how you do it. And this is how we do it. What the hell? They're gonna be upstairs. It's one of the suicide bombers. Let's be careful. Stay away from that gas. Like a big giant fart bomb. There we go. All clear? All clear. Nothing else in here. He just wanted to You just wanted to blow things up. Alright, a lot of these doors are blocked up, but that's good. Makes it easier for me anyway, so. Okay, we got stairs. I think we just keep going down. What the hell do I do with her? Can't hit her. Oh, what the? I think I'm just supposed to run. It doesn't let me hit her. Holy shoot, maybe she was stuck. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to book it because this was the wrong way to go. We're going back up. Ooh-wee! Gotta run past her. Shoot, what the hell? What's going on here? I think I am supposed to fight her. This lady again. You're no fun. Aw. Let's play another time. Okay, so maybe now I go down to the bottom. That is crazy. Yo, Empress Ninja Girl, how are you? Oh my gosh. Alright, let's get back down to the bottom. Here we go, here we go. Give me 1 second, Eridar. I had to clear my oh shoot! Okay, here we go. So right now we're on level 5. And Jim, why are you scared the crap out of me? I have to active an imagination. It scares me. I feel yes, yo. This game is weird. It's creepy. I like it. Some parts of it though, I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like it's as creepy. But I like the differences that they took with the approach with this one. Or it's just me adjusting to these type of games. Alright, let's see. All clear? Alright, here we go, here we go. This room looks like it's all clear. Oh, not this guy. This is the tank! Oh, you can hit him from the back. Oh. What the hell is that? Do I even want to know? Not even gonna ask. Have a good night. I'm gonna be following you guys here in just a moment. I'm just trying to beat this mission. By myself, I'm getting pretty tired. Oh man, we're back down to the main floor. We're back down to the main floor. We do have the stairs to the side. We can actually use them. It's whether or not that we want to use them or not. So let me check. It's the main hall. We both know it's too good to be true. Let's go upstairs. And we're not gonna go just straight out the door. There's gonna be something we need to do first. That's for a fact. Okay, so how many floors are we doing here? Okay, so the elevator's not going to be working. We'll try second floor first. Holy, what? Oh, that's just dust particles. Scare the crap out of me. All clear? I think it's all clear as well. Okay. Alright, we're getting down to the end here. We got some extra rooms. Nope, lock. Nope. Thank you, Jim. Ooh, what's in these rooms? We got a computer screen. Looks like we got a Google spreadsheet or something going on there. Or maybe Microsoft Excel, I'm not sure. Alright, let's get out of this room. This room looks like it could have had... Oh, wait, we got a good angle right here. Yep. Hey, look, staff. Hey. Hey, man, team. Alright, let's get out. What's invisible here? There's a ghost here or something. I'm not able to use my camera, so I'm not going to be able to really tell. Alright, I don't think there's nothing here on the second floor. So really, there's nothing. This is just for exploration? Huh. I'm not buying it. Something's not right. Let's go up one more level. Hey, we got a little mini cooler there on the guy. That's kind of cool. Yep, nothing here. All good. All right, I think we're just gonna really be just going out the door here soon, guys. Pretty much for the most part. Yep, this hotel's about to be done. It's a lot of rooms. Alright, so every room looks pretty identical for the most part. Alright, let's get down to the end. There's gotta be something. There's no way. There we go. This makes sense. What the hell happened here? This room kind of sticks out a bit. Oh, this was just a painting by Basuki Mawano. It depicts a beautiful woman dressed in green. Painting business. Huh. I see it behind here. I don't think there's much else we could do here, guys. Oh. This could be a bad room. I thought the door just locked at me. I'm like, wait a second. Yep, nothing here. Just a big room of nothing. All right, let's go back downstairs then. Wow, that's it's really interesting. What do you guys think about the game so far, though? I hear something, but we're just not really. It must be the 4th floor. We're not gonna just let us out that easy. I'm gonna check the other room just to make sure. This one's a little different. We got a blanket on the ground. What the? It wasn't locked before. Who did this? Okay, well, you see the... Wait, can I just break it? Nope. I guess that axe is not big enough. It's different. I do like the first two better. Yeah, this one's more... There's a lot of exploring in this one. Oh, the elevator's back open. Okay. Oh. It's a lot more exploration in this one, to be honest. It's not a bad game. Like I like it. I'm enjoying it. It's nice to know that this is like a continuous. Oh, I cleared these floors already. What the heck? Bum 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 bum. Oh, it just opens right away. We're not even taking the elevator. All right, so let's go up to the next floors then. Holy, what the? Am I seeing this? Is he playing a guitar? Oh, we talked to him. Psst. Hey, you. Want to get out of here? Listen, it was my master who locked that door. He stashed the key in one of these rooms. Go and find it now before it's too late. Probably up here. Unbelievable. Well, it sucks that I explored all these rooms already. Go figure. Holy shoot, what the? Item removed? Are you serious? He took my key. Hee catch him if you can. Really? He probably went up to the 3rd floor. Okay, so where did he go? Yeah, I do like the bigger map. I like that you don't feel so constrained anymore. Like they allowed more freedom. The cinematics are a lot better. There are some movie cutscenes which are actually pretty sweet and awesome if you think about it. I mean, because they didn't have that before. It's different. This one's definitely a lot different. But it's nice to play it, I guess. It's a cool addition. Okay. Okay, so where is this thing, guys? If you guys see it, let me know. He's in his big room. No, he's not on the 3rd floor. That is definitely interesting. Where can he be? Where dare you hide from me? Unbelievable. Go back down on the 2nd floor. We're gonna check one room at a time. Unbelievable. Okay. I had the key and he took it. Can you believe that? Oh! Well, I can't hurt him. Just follow him. These things are hilarious. Oh, what the? Oh! Unbelievable. Put me in a ball pit fight. Master. No, please don't die. Do I have it? Oh, I got it back. That was hilarious. That was that was different. I did not expect that. That was completely random for me, for sure. I mean, I figured we'll chase him down. Maybe I tried to hit him and flash him, nothing worked, but to get thrown in a ring, get ready for like a brawl like that, that was way over my head. I did not see that one. What's wrong with her? Yo, she's twitching. She's tweaking. Crossover. There she is again. It feels like I'm biting myself. I think this is like an inner demon ghost. Got her. There we go. You want to battle? There we go. There we go. Oh, okay. Dang it, I walked right into that one. Seriously? Dude, move! I need to regenerate health. I gotta step back. Shoot. Strike 3, yeah! Right. Come on! Oh! Oh, these enemies just keep coming. Oh, I just gotta get her off from the sky. Let me do this before she gets too carried away with all that. Oh, what the? Okay, I need to back it up. He is definitely quick. Play it smart, guys. Play it smart. No. She has like some kind of Egyptian thing in her. Come on, nice and easy. There we go. Take her out, guys. Take her out. One step at a time. I don't want to rush it and get killed. Did we get her? Oh, never mind. I can't murder her. What's this? Alright, we did it. I think we did a good job.
Hey guys, balik lagi di Ghost Caught in the Act.
Uh-oh. What the heck?
Kamu?
Why is she covered in blood? Uh-oh. What? It's so unreal. Should we inform the police, guys? You guys ghost hunters? They're like a maze. I like the bag. That's it. I think I'm done here. What items did I even get? Mysterious egg. It looks like an ordinary egg, but something is terribly wrong with it. Okay, I think from here we just kind of go back to the house. Okay, we did a good job, guys. I think right now we're gonna probably take that break. Hey, you're back. Yes, I'm back. I am very safe. Is there something you want to tell me? Uh-oh. Found an egg? Is this a joke? Wait. Uh-oh. Isn't it a Samani chicken egg? It might be. Lots of people use this kind of egg for conducting dark rituals. And this particular egg was already had a certain mantra on it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Interesting. Listen, Linda. The only place famous for Samani chickens is Kampong Sinta. You must go there and search for clues. Then to search we shall. maybe, just maybe, more interesting things about you will be revealed. Yeah, I sure hope so. We're about to find out, though. We are about to find out. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's it. Okay, guys, I think we're good. This is where we're going to actually just go ahead and save the game. All right, guys. I want to thank everybody for coming in, first of all. Okay, thank you so much. Now, we made it pretty far in this game. We've done a nice little 6-hour run. So, I believe we've gotten pretty far. We'll go ahead and continue another episode here pretty soon. And again, I do have one more other one after this one. So we'll figure that out. If you guys want to get some more multiplayer gaming, let me know as that as well. But until the meantime, guys, Trix is tired. I'm tired. I gotta go. Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in. You guys, you're awesome. You guys have a great night. And I will see you guys in the next broadcast. Adios. Bye-bye.